All right. Hello, hello. Hello, greetings, and welcome in, everyone! Hi there! My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We are back. We're back, we're back. And I just need to make things slightly less loud in my ears. There we go. Now that I can think, yay! How is everyone doing this day? I hope that Tuesday has been treating you all kindly. I really, really hope so. How are you doing? Wee. My day has been interesting in that being very, very much right back into the original day activities. It kind of happened way more naturally than I expected it would. And I'm really, really surprised by that. So, hey! I thought I was going to have way more of a hassle getting back into things. Jaxai, hello, hello, I'm going to be drawing along with the stream, yay! Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good to hear it. It's always nice knowing that you guys are being creative alongside me. It's always good to know. Speaking of what being creative, today we are going to be working on art layers for another VTuber model, this one being for Sishian. And we have gotten a little bit of work on that done in anticipation. That was prepared offline. So as far as the facial layers go, I've got all of that already done, as well as the test render. But we're going to be working on hair specifically today, and then yeah, we'll figure it out as we go from there. One thing that I do know is that I may actually work on Marius's model for the remainder of the week in terms of his rig, simply because I know in terms of the phase of the process, Marius, the art is already done. Someone else did the art, so I can already rig him. So I'm going to do that parallel to doing a lot of work on the art layers for Sishian, so that I'm not doing the exact same thing at the exact same time on two separate projects. So I might spend the remainder of the week in the online time working on the Marius rig. We shall see how that goes. I know I said on the schedule that I'd be working on Sishian more, but I think I need to prioritize Marius a little bit as well. So we will figure that out exactly, but I think that is how we're going to plan it out. Speaking of changes to the schedule, there has also been a little bit of an update on the Enclave front, and that is going to be I am playing my first game on Sunday. I am playing my first Enclave game on Sunday, about a half an hour earlier than my usual stream time. That is when I'm going to be playing my first Enclave game, and that is something I'm really looking forward to. It's going to be behind closed doors. It's going to be on the Enclave Discord server. So I'm not going to be streaming that. But maybe later down the line, if we get permission, I might stream a game from there. Maybe. If I get permission from all of the involved parties, but we shall see. We shall see. Sishian, hello, hello, Model Mama, hello, good to see you. How are you doing? How are you doing? I think we can jump right into the actual working screen though. Let's go over here. So this is where we left off. from offline progress last time. And let me see. There is actually a fair amount that we have already covered in terms of getting everything functional. So I've got pretty much everything I need for the eyes to work. I've got the nose sorted. I've got the mouth sorted. I am testing out, I believe I said this yesterday, a new system for how I'm going to get the head turns to work. So there are a couple of hidden layers in there. And I'm also working on improved layer orders for the open bangs look, because I struggled enough with my own bangs to know what I was doing was not working. So yeah, we're trying something new and hopefully that will work better. I'm good. That is good news. That is good news. That is very, very good news. Wahahaha! Yay! I just want to quickly tweak something over here. I just want to have a quick scuzz. Over here. Okay, I think that should be a bit better. I think that should be a bit better. Yay. Just work on my expression a little bit, because I was very frowny yesterday, unfortunately, and I did not want to be frowny, but apparently I looked really, really frowny. So I just needed to make that quick little tweak to my inputs. Okay, so we are going to be mostly working on the hair today, but I think we're also going to start off with some low-hanging fruit in terms of the ears. I think that's where we're going to start. I know I did start making the folder. There we go, yes. And for this, what we're going to do is we're going to create a backfill subfolder. Drop that in there. And we're going to have 2 of these backfill folders. So that is going to be ear front. This is going to be ear back. All right. And we're going to go grab here. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just quickly make a color set. Duplicate this, call this one Solution. Drop that down there, okay. And let's just quickly put the appropriate colors in here. So we've got one of you, and you in between, okay. Then on the eyes we have lightest, let's go from this way around. So we're going to replace, add color, add color, add color there, here, grab you, add color, add color, add color, add color, and add color there, okay. Then we're going to have one removed on that side so that we can include inner ear floof, hair dark, hair light, and let's just rename them accordingly. rename, hair dark, and rename ear fluff, ear inner. Why? Because the ear flap is white. Get rid of those two extras. Okay. And then we have the outfit colors. So we're going to have one, two, three, four, 5, and 6 over there. Just like that. Okay. So now we've actually got the color swatch built into my Clip Studio. So we're all good. If I need more colors, I will add those in later down the line. But I don't think I should. I think that covers pretty much everything that I could need. Okay. So first things first, we are going to look at, I think, the ear back. We're going to go grab the dark fur color. And we're going to switch on our symmetry ruler. There we go. And hide the rough render so that I don't get confused with what I'm seeing. There we go. Who's the cute wolf? Oh my gosh, I wonder, Sishian, I wonder. Yes, it is you. Very cute wolfy Floof. Who is going to get only cuter from here. As we start hiding egg mode. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna extend this down a smidge like this. And I'm actually gonna bold in No, I'm not going to do it on this layer. I'm going to bold in that structure on another block. I'm going to bold that structure in on another block. So that as the ears pivot, we don't lose that nice little detail that I have planned for that part of the ear. But yes, 3 for 3 on the stream streak. Ah! Floof, Floofy Boo! Hello, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. And we are indeed floofing a wolf this day for Sishian. We're working on a model for our friend in chat this day. And so far so good. We've got most of the face layers in place. We are just working on ears presently. And I'm going to duplicate this layer. And this is going to be ears back, tuft low. Clear it. And that is going to be a little wedge over here. And in that, we are going to also create a little bit of direction on the boot. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually add a little bit of a fur tuft. Just like this. There we go. And that is going to not really move quite as much as the rest of the ear when the ear actually responds to brow movement and such. So it's going to just provide a little bit of stability and make the ear look a little bit less like just a stick on a rotation deformer. So that is going to be the plan there. And now what we do is we go to the inks layer. For that, grab black, fill, edit, outline selection. Okay. And give it just a little bit more corner over here. There we go. And same goes over here. We go fill, edit, outline selection, 2, there we go. Now, because these are backfill layers, what we're going to inevitably end up doing, right, for these three, is we're going to rename these layers. So we're going to copy ear front is going to become on this layer, that's going to become ear front inks. Ear back copy, ear back inks, ear back tuft low, copy, ear back tuft low inks. There we go. And now those to the bottom of the ears layer so that the layers do not stack in a way. Harrier, Floof is one of the plethora of peeps I mentioned to you. Oh, I see. Well, then doubly welcome in, Floof. It's a joy to have you joining us. It is very humbling for a referral to show up. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. We are kind of a little bit going to put some focus in. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Oh, no, that won't do. That won't do at all. You know what I forgot to do? 25 minutes into stream, I realized this. I forgot to twist my hydrate timer. I forgot to put my fox on. Okay. Hydrate timer. 30 minutes. There we go. So, considering that I forgot to do that, everyone, let us acquire our nearest safe consumption beverages, considering that we are about 25 minutes into the stream before I forget to look again, and then, whoopsie, we forgot. So, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages, and let's take a sip, shall we? There we go. Thank you for the hydrate session. Appreciate it. So everyone, take another gasp. 2 hydrates. 2 more hydrates courtesy of Session. Okay. Y'all are gonna need the bathroom later. I'm sorry. I am sorry. And that is a quarter of the bottle gone in one go. Lovely. There we go. So there we're just getting the inner color of the ear to go shine through nicely. Now for our shading, we're going to use linear burn. And that is our shading color. And we clip down. Like so. Okay. Stream lagged and never showed me I redeemed them. Oh no! Oh no. Oh dear. I don't know if that's the Misthaven distance debuff. At play. Or if it's a internet issue. No. I only clicked it once. Oh. Oh, then it kind of did a double take on us. It glitched. We were glitched. Gasp. It's fine. All is well. Okay. That should do for the base of the ear shading on that side. I think the cuteness screwed my signal up. I didn't know that the internet suffered from cuteness aggression. Well, the internet itself anyway. Like, the internet in general suffers from cuteness aggression, but I didn't realize that the internet itself, the great network of electronics, suffered from cuteness aggression. I'm worried now. All right. So now we're going to put in the ear front. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it in its most closed state. So that it is not going to be in a way that it stretches out. And pixelates weirdly. When it is closed from stretching. But I do realize that I'm going to need to hide things real quick and hide our rough render. Alright, that's that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the ear front inks, grab that fill it, edit outline selection, 2 pixels on the border, there we go. But we are not done, because we want to add a little bit of fluff detail to this corner here. That doesn't need to exist on that front inks lines layer, which is actually going to be hidden. A lot of the time. So now what we're going to do is we're going to grab that. Oh no, am I being daft? Yes, I am. Grab you, come over here, grab black, edit outline selection 1 on border. There we go. I dislike it. Clear it. Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to go a whole bunch of undos to before I started floofing the base of the ear here. What we're going to do is we're going to grab this and we're going to hand draw the boundary. Let's do it on this side. Nope. It starts here. Just so that I can control the inking a little bit more. The Profane Rose, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? I actually recognize your name. I have seen you around here and there. How are you doing? How are you doing, Rose? I'm doing good. How are you? I'm doing well as well. Hello. Keith Manta, hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome there over on YouTube. Hope you're doing well, Keith. I hope Tuesday has been treating everyone kindly thus far. We are floofing up ears, which I'm going to need to briefly remove from all other folders. Rip it down in order to do what I want to do. So, grab that, pull it out of the character folder, hide the character folder. Grab outside, nope. Temp swatch. Grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel. Invert selection. Grab that, make sure I'm on the correct layer. Yes, and fill. There we go. Deselect. Temp swatch can come back. Ears can collapse. Character can come back. And drop this back over here. There we go. I've been doing well. Just got up about an hour ago. Stayed up somewhat late last night. Ah, I see, I see. Well, I hope you got some rest in. Late nights are interesting. They're interesting challenges, but I do hope that you got some good rest. Speaking of sleep and good rest and interesting challenges, I, as you guys may or may not know, do a biphasal sleep cycle. So I have a mid-afternoon nap basically every day. And a shorter sleep in the night than a lot of people usually do. Because I do not actually work in my actual time zone. And today I was thoroughly woken in the middle of my second sleep of the day. Because I got a delivery for some kitchenware. I got a delivery for some kitchenware that I had ordered and acquired. I got some bits and bobs that the household, I think, needed. But the one little nice little thing that I got for myself was a set of tea strainers. Harrier, do be cooking? Yeah, I do be cooking. But I got myself a nice little cute set of owl-shaped tea strainers. They are the cutest little things. And I am very, very much looking forward to giving them a try. They just need to go through the wash first, because I don't trust things that come out of the factory straight out of the packaging. They always get a wash first. But yeah, that was interesting to deal with, because it was legitimately right smack in the middle of my usual second sleep phase. So the entire rhythm of the sleeping and the waking up got completely thrown. But you know what? I'm grateful. It was worth it. No one else could collect it at the time, so when the courier arrived, I was there for it. And then I proceeded to cook supper. It was a nice meal, though. We had a basically chicken strips that I cut up that were fried up in butter Cajun style. With rice and a gravy that I made, as well as a egg and broccoli salad, which was, it sounds weird, but hear me out. Raw broccoli, boiled eggs, some cucumber, some gherkins in there. It was a nice salad at the end of the day. And then a carrot salad on the side. So it was a hefty meal, but it was really, really tasty. I love a good Cajun chicken. At least you have a tea strainer for the non-existent Harrier cup. I do. There are actually 6 of them. 6 tiny little individual tea diffusers that are shaped like these adorable little silver owls. I could not resist them. And I knew that something was required should we entertain guests. I couldn't get just one as well, because we do often have family members who come who are tea drinkers. And I honestly would like to be able to start drinking loose leaf teas, not just the stuff that you get in a tea bag in a convenience store. And actually making my own herbal teas and stuff with plants that I grow. Eventually, that's the plan. As well. So for me personally, I really wanted to get something that I can actually put loose leaves into, especially for the herbal stuff. Lazarus Vlad, welcome in. Hello, hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things, and thank you for joining us for watching Sishian's model come into existence. We are in relatively early stages. We are quickly applying his ears. And yapping about food and tea. I can think of worse casual conversation than food and tea. Actually, am I being the dumb yet again? Maybe, or maybe not. We shall see. Let me just make that slightly less over here. Because I'm going to do another thing with layers, just like what I did at the bottom corner there. Which I see the ear back has a gap that needs to be filled. So we come over here. That is a gap that must absolutely not exist. There we go. Hide the front for a second. All right. And that is an artifact that must absolutely not exist. So it too must be gone. But food and beverages are the best convo starters ever. They are. They absolutely are. There is no denying that. I'm not much of a tea drinker, says Keith Matt over on YouTube, but my mum is, and I want to get a book for herbal teas where I can make some for her, and I would benefit from her health. Excuse my bad grammar. No, your grammar is good. It made sense. It made sense what you said there. Yeah, no. If you can get a book like mine is rather old. I've got a book on herbs that's rather old. It's Margaret Roberts Herbs. Margaret Roberts, I believe it is, herbs book, and it's got a whole bunch of garden herbs that are relatively easy, accessible, growable at home, non-toxic mostly. And it lists what parts of the plant are good for what benefits they have, how you make a tea out of them, or other potential use cases like squeezing the oil out of thistle seeds, for example, has an interesting property, and marigolds are very useful. Also, what plants are fly and insect repellents, and pest repellent if you're planting them between other plants. So there are books like that that are really, really good. The Margaret Roberts one is the one that I've got. It is old though, and I would like to also get one that is a little bit newer and a little bit more comprehensive. And actually find a spot indoors in my home where we can actually safely grow the herbs without them being in danger of being tossed about by really wild winds, because where I reside the wind is kind of crazy. The wind is kind of really, really crazy sometimes. And we'd like to get a spot indoors where we can safely grow things. Like, I want to especially grow dandelions for salads. I really, really want to grow dandelions for salads and dandelion tea and so on. That is one that is kind of high up on my list of I want to really, really try that. But there are a good couple of other things. I'd like to have a nice mint. Like, I have a drying contraption, so like a herb dryer / biltong dryer type contraption in my kitchen. And we have, for the longest time, not being able to find in the shops dried mint leaves, powdered dried mint leaves, which is a wonderful, wonderful ingredient in spaghetti sauce. Like, you would not believe how difficult it has been to find just that. And so we are kind of at the point where, okay, we are going to look at the acquisition of a mint plant so that we can just not fight with that anymore. But yeah, there are a lot of really, really good medicinal herbs out there. Like, I do a lot of tea for medicinal stuff, largely with ginger tea and with rooibos. Those are the two major ones that I drink medicinally sometimes, simply out of accessibility. But I'd like to have access to more potential medicine teas. Have you tried a nettle tea? That's also really good as well. I have not, actually. There are quite a lot of teas that I've actually just not sampled before. Usually because when it comes to those sorts of teas, you can only really access them if they are store-bought things that are usually imported and therefore ridiculously expensive per bag. But I recently smelled a bergamot tea for the first time ever. I never got a chance to taste it, but I smelled it and it smelled pretty good. I've never heard of mint leaves in pasta before. It sounds interesting. Does it taste good? Yes, it does. Mint is one of those herbs that you need to apply relatively late in the cooking process, otherwise it goes bitter. Sort of like parsley, but it adds a nice, sweet, refreshing overtone to the taste. Stinging nettle tea is wild grown tea using their leaves. Ooh. Ooh. That does sound nice. Yeah, I think when it comes to the teas as well, one needs to consider also what is available regionally as well, because the range of plants available is definitely a global consideration. For example, what exists in the range of medicinal plants in the UK will be different from the range in mainland Europe, which will be different in the United States, will be different from the South Americas, will be different from where I am in Africa, it will be different from Australia. And with, you know, invasive species and whatnot, sometimes getting the exact same or similar varieties of plants across the globe can be a little difficult. But it's one of those things that if I ever got the opportunity to travel a lot, like if I ever got the opportunity to tour the world and meet all my friends and stuff, I would definitely want to sample local teas as part of what I would want to do. I'd want to sample local teas, I'd like to sample all of the local foods, and I would absolutely want to visit the castles. Those are three things that I would want to do. I've been really bad at touristing in my earlier days, but I've been applying a lot of thought to it of, okay, if the opportunity arises, what would you actually want to see if you travel? What would you actually want to see if you travel? And that is, for the moment, the food, the tea, and the castles are the three things that are tickling my fancy a little bit. I'm still trying to figure out other things that might catch my attention. I know I'd maybe want to do a couple of the local park runs around the world as well. But I think being something that isn't really everywhere yet, I still don't know if there are any in South America. Sadly, I still don't know if there are any park runs in South America. But it's definitely something that is on my to-do list if I ever get the opportunity to do international travel. Alright, so now we're going to do the inner ear fluff. And this is going to behave a bit differently. So, here, what we're going to do. And that is the hydrate timer. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. And before we forget, reset. There we go. Okay, almost there in terms of shape. Needs just a little bit more meat over here on this fluff. There we go. Now we grab here. Nope, that ain't gonna fly. I don't like that. Let's do this instead. Clear it. Like that. Okay. Rather than try and shade the edges, pull out the light. Oh my word, Tabby Raid over on YouTube. Hello, hello. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, my name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Hello, welcome in. Hello, hello. Good to see you. How is everyone doing? I don't know if I said that a little bit too early. Gasp! Josh, hello! Welcome, Mulraid! Yes, Mulraid! Hello, everyone! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. The chat got bugged for me, so I had to wait a minute. It's okay, it's okay. Good to have you guys here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope stream went well, Tabby. How are you doing? Thank you for joining us. It was telling me I'm not subbed. I've seen it happen a few times. Yes, sometimes the sub bug does kick in. Gasp. Tragic, tragic, tragic. But, hey, we're here. Ain't that a joy? But I hope that stream went well. To Tabby and the Moles, welcome in. Hello. We are working presently on a VTuber model for Sishian. We are pretty much in the early phases. We've got all of the face layers in place and we're starting work on the hair at the moment. With the hair and obviously the ears. Little wolf boy with Floof. That we are currently busy floofing up. But what were you guys up to in Tabby's stream? Was it arting? Was it gaming? And did you have fun? That is the most important question. Now we empty that one. Choose the correct white. Tabby was playing Pokemon Emerald and she tried to challenge her dad. Oh, wow. Oh, my. How did that go? The character dad, not IRL dad, but she lost. Oh no! I was about to ask if it was the in-game dad or the actual dad. Because either way, that could be an interesting thing. It's cool when one's got gaming parents that one can hustle into content creation madness every now and again, but not everyone. But well done for putting up the good fight. Despite not achieving victory. Good on you for giving it a go. Tabby's kind of going the no grinding route, so it's a little rough. Ooh, I see. I see. Yeah, with no support preparation between big plot things, I can definitely see how that could be challenging, to say the least. How's the work been going? It's been going pretty well. I had a very, very unexpected month-long hiatus, basically, on account of very unexpectedly getting the opportunity to tile my house. So, over December, I was ripping up carpets and scrubbing foam off of concrete and painting walls afterwards, and it has been chaos. But this is my first week back in actual operation after that unexpected madness, and I am very, very grateful to be back. I did notice you hadn't been streaming in a while. Yes, I didn't expect my computer to be completely inaccessible for 2 whole weeks. Even though I knew I was pretty much going to be in between doing renovation work and doing whatever else in life. For the majority of December, but I did not expect being completely unable to stream for literally a month. It was a little bit more than anticipated. So I'd just gotten out of a massive deadline grind on another VTuber model commission, basically. And then the renovation hit. So while I had caught up with commissions at that time, I unexpectedly lost 2 weeks and proceeded to now get myself back into the need for another deadline grind. So here we are. Huzzah! We fight, we work, we keep going, and we make sure that our clients get their things on time to the best of our ability. I hope things get going well. I have to head out and prep for some stuff. Okay, thank you so much for dropping by, Josh, and also to all of the moles who have been sticking around as well. Thank you, I really, really appreciate it. But if you do need to go and do the things, please feel free to go and do what you need to do. I really, really appreciate everyone who has given a few minutes of their time. It goes greatly, greatly appreciated. And I hope you have an awesome rest of day, and rest well when you get to it. Thank you for dropping by. Huzzah. Okay. I think for the inner ear floof, that will keep us covered. Here we see it pretty much as it will be positioned for when the ear is in its most open state. But it is actually going to move with the front of the ear. So we are going to see a little bit of this white floof moving with the rest of the ear as it goes open and closed. Okay, so we are almost there. I'm going to take off this tuft, this low on this tuft tag. Because it's the back tuft. I know that it is attached to the back of the earpiece. It's not attached to the front of the earpiece. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to duplicate both of these. That one, it's going to move to the front. And that one is going to move over there. And this is going to be called ear front tuft inks. And that is going to be ear front tuft. Grab both of them and empty them. And let's hit the save button. I think that's a good idea. What's it like to have your room renovated? Where did you sleep in the meantime? Two very interesting questions. One, I took the opportunity to reshuffle my space when we did things, so now I can actually access my window for the first time in 2 years, which is a nice change of pace. But with my room now tiled, I can actually clean the space, which is wonderful and glorious. I previously couldn't even fit a vacuum cleaner in here because there was not enough floor space. And let me tell you, that was not fun. The second point is that it is a lot more resonant in here. The acoustics have taken a massive, massive shift. And with that, I am still fine-tuning my audio a little bit accordingly, but it's overall an absolute improvement on the living experience. As for where I slept while the chaos was in session, that was an interesting one. I pretty much slept on a mattress on the floor in my parents' room. Because we are 5 adults basically in the same house. So we just like, okay, which room has the most unoccupied floor space that is not presently being tiled? Throw the mattress down there. And that's where I parked off. It was a couple of days of utter madness, but hey, survived it. What doesn't cause chronic injury is a nice story to tell later, right? A fun story to tell later. I just want to see here, how does this behave? I want this to be less. Oh no. Okay. the shape that I want. Now make sure that this part is opaque. Reshape, reshape, reshape. So all the rooms are being tiled at some point? The majority, yeah. So the only rooms that had tiles previously were the kitchen and the bathrooms and the passage. Literally everywhere else had 40-year-old carpets that were questionable at best. So they, for health reasons, had to go. They had to go. At some point, and we very unexpectedly got the means to actually do so, so we took the opportunity and ran with it. And now the quality of life is greatly improved. Greatly, greatly improved. Okay, that'll work. So now we grab that and we go fill, edit, outline selection, 2 pixels on border. There we go. Hide the front tuft, hide the scalp inks, hide that, hide that. Oh my, that's messy. So much artifacting. No. Don't like it when I see artifacting. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that and I'm going to go invert selection, expand by 1 and delete. Okay, now here there's a hollow that appeared, so we get rid of that. All right, that should do the trick there. And soften that up. Okay, and that is our ear base floof. So now I'm just going to do a very rough and ugly test. We're ignoring the purple side here. Just going to see in terms of rotation behavior how those are going to interact, more or less. more or less how I want them to. Okay. Do not apply that transformation, but I do want to do is... No, I'm not going to put the that tuft in front of the back. That I do not want to do, but okay. So I'm more or less happy with that. Now I want to see, in terms of how shiny I want this fur to be. Let's look at the up front. Add a glow dodge. Grab the dark purple. That's all. How shiny do we want this fur to be? Put that down. I think having a little bit more light towards the tip makes sense. I'm going to definitely tone this down significantly. But I do want to kind of build in a little bit of that texture, which is why I'm doing this in a sort of a choppy way. Let me do this. Add another glow dodge. Just reduced. Opacity. Significantly reduced opacity. I want to give the sense of fur. Something like that. There we go. I know this is off topic, but what are some of the holiday names celebrated in Africa? I'm not well versed in holidays celebrated around the world. That is going to vary a lot depending on the countries, because a lot of them are quite political in origin. Largely related to a great number of conflicts in their resolutions. There are, in some places, the holidays are carried over from more Western cultures as well. A lot of the quote-unquote traditionally African holidays or festivals don't make it onto calendars. So they are a little bit more readily forgotten, if I can phrase it that way. But yeah, it varies quite a lot from country to country, depending on the political background of each one. So it's a little bit of a charged topic, if I had to guesstimate, because also within the same country, different language groups will refer to the same thing with different names from different sides of the same coin, and it gets messy. So I think it would be wise to, if you want to look up what the official ones are in certain countries that pique your interest, then that information is readily available. But if you look into why certain of those holidays exist, oftentimes it's very political in origin. But that was the hydrate timer. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I literally just had coffee delivered, which makes the timing fantastic. It makes the timing so fantastic. Speaking of coffee, as of yesterday, I have now got a merch store with Fourth Wall, which you can find in the link tree on my profile, no matter which platform you're looking at. And on that Fourth Wall merch store is my official coffee mug that I will be giving my model at the soonest opportunity as a hydrate toggle expression animation blah. I'm still figuring it out 100% exactly what I'm going to do with it. But you guys are going to get my coffee mug before I do. So if you want to have the official Harrier Hydrate coffee mug, it is now available via my Fourth Wall. It will be visible on my YouTube in a product shelf once I hit monetization. So if you guys want to help me get to that point, please make sure to hit the like and subscribe button. I'm sorry I have to do that. I'm sorry. So that we can reach that, so that you can see the cool things on my merch store as well. One note on that, the merch store is also going to be my digital goods store for when I release voice packs. I have got some planned that need to just be recorded soon, so keep your eyes peeled. I will be making an announcement when the first voice packs go live on my Fourth Wall as well. So literally any Harrier Citadel or Fort Misthaven related merchandise is going to be via the Fourth Wall, and my VGen shop is going to be any artist or content creator resources that I develop will happen there. But merchandise is going to be Fourth Wall. So if you are interested in those sorts of things, do feel free to check it out. There are already 5 products available on their physical products, including the coffee mug, as well as a cap, 2 patches for Fort Misthaven of different shapes if you're interested in patches, and also one of the things that I think is probably most interesting, I've got a tog bag. I've got a tog bag there called the Harrier Carrier. Check it out. I'm really fond of that name. I'm kind of low-key, high-key, super proud of how that name just works so well. It's a little bit on the expensive side, but it is really, really cool. It's got a high volume. I want one. And I hope that it is something that is also going to be of a subtle enough nature that you would be comfy using it for whatever you need without necessarily directly looking like, you know, anime girl merch. Because I do know that that is something that people are sometimes a little bit touch and go on when it comes to acquiring practical merchandise. Is that okay? How safe for normie exposure is this? Let me just switch on my timer again. There we go for our next hydrate. But yeah, when it comes to the physical merch, I made sure to design it in as subtle and normie friendly a way as possible for those of us who are in, you know, normie surrounded spaces. I'll have some more anime-esque stuff a little bit later down the line, but for now, that is what I've got going and available. So if you are interested in a couple of those sorts of things, please feel free to check it out. I hope you enjoy it. Every little bit helps out in terms of being able to start making additional cool content on top of being able to work on commissions for you guys. So yes, that is now a thing. Okay, so we have ears and we have the back of the bangs. So now we need to work on the hair itself. So let's have a look-see. In terms of our rough render, what have we got on our side hair that we've got going on here? We've got a couple of big sections, and we're going to need to include a few pieces that we can't really see over here at the moment, because otherwise we're not going to have complete enough fill as the head turns to the side to see everything that's going on and everything that we need. So I think for now, let me collapse the head layer. And this is a backfill layer. I think for the side hair, is that going to be backfill or is that going to be... I think it is going to be backfill because because otherwise, as the head turns, we're not going to get a nice split on the silhouette lines. So I'm going to do it this way. So this is going to be side hair front. So our shorthand for our side hair fronts is going to be SH or Sierra Hotel Foxtrot. Then underscore, and then port or starboard side, and then the number of the piece. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 starboard side, and I think at least 3 on port. So we're going to go duplicate 1, 2, 3, 4 on starboard, and 1, 2, 3 on port. So STB1 underscores, copy. Two, three, and 4. And then this side is going to be PRT for port side. Copy 1, 2, 3. Okay. That will work over there. Rough render down to like, yeah, that'll work. Hide that for now. And let's go in here, go to our fill layer. And I made a mess already, so first things first, we're going to switch this to a linear burn. And we're going to add a layer. And that's going to be highlight. And that's going to be glow dodge. Copy. Paste. 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 And paste. There we go. Now, we go to the fill. And this is going to be how are we going to handle this? I want to have a separation between what happens at the top and the part that actually happens on the side of the head, because otherwise I'm going to have issues on rigging the head turns again. So what we're going to do is we're going to build, firstly, what we're going to do first is we're going to get rid of the symmetry ruler because we're not using it. Why? Because we've got an asymmetrical hairstyle. So we're going to start by going here. We're going to grab the way that works. Hide the rough render. And I'm going to hide the temp swatch for now. Grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel. Invert and fill. Nope. Fill. That. There we go. Oh, we've got the rough shape silhouette now. We add a little bit of detail to it to make it feel a little bit more alive. There we go. The total shape of it still reads as that distinct block, but a little bit more than just a straight ultra simplified sort of a vibe. Okay, now we lock the opacity on the fill and remind ourselves what color it is actually. It's all white, so it's not this color even. So we're going to grab our hair light color, which I think is this one still. Yes, it is. Okay, and we're going to fill that, and now we can hardly see it. So we come over here to the inks, grab our black, fill, edit, outline selection, on border 2. Okay, there we go. Now we make our inking nice. Yeah. All right. Now over here, what we're going to do . That. All right, and then ease that. Okay, that'll do for now, until I've got the next set of pieces in. Now we grab that, paste, and dump at the bottom. Grab that lot and put it in a subgroup called short hair front starboard. Put that in a group called short hair front port. There we go. Now onto piece number 2. Show rough render. Hide piece number 1. I'm just going to dump that in the bottom of there again until further notice. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to grab our mapping pen again. And we're going to go with this second one down here. So that I'm going to grab that sort of a silhouette, I think. It doesn't need to be a one-to-one match of the rough sketch, because that is exactly that, a rough sketch. But if we get the main idea of it, we should be able to get a solid plan down. So, grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. Okay, so now this inner edge is a little bit wobbly, which I do not like. So what we're going to do is we're going to just trim it. And that artifact we are going to turn into a strand, I think. We can be turned into a strand. Opacity, grab our white and fill. All the inks, edit, outline selection, 2 on border. There we go. Nice. That will do the trick there. And just for the sake of my sanity, like so. I'm not happy with shape, so we come back here. Pop that away a little bit. Because it's amazing what a couple of pixels in the wrong place does. Making a thing look wobbly. All right. Nope, on there. Run there a second time. There we go. We show both of those. Okay. That's something I need to consider. I need to consider adding another ink layer to this. So we are going to duplicate this and empty it and flip it. Grab. Edit, outline selection, draw on border. 1. Okay, hide you. All right. Do that. Paste that in that file name, folder, layer name, layer. That there. So does this actually benefit from being a backfill thing, or does it not benefit from being a backfill thing? So let's test the theory. Grab these two. These two do not benefit from being backfill These two do not benefit from being back full. The extra line weight. Maybe the extra line weight is a benefit. Maybe. Maybe. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it being I can see the benefit here. It's a subtle thing, but I can see it. Okay. I'm gonna leave the backfill on. Because the subtle thickening of the line does help give some definition of depth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically replicate what I've got here on the one below as well. Just clear it. Grab that. Edit. Outline selection. One on border. Okay. Ooh, no. Undo. Considering this is the back one, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to do outline selection on border 3. Was this the wrong one? Yes, it was. Moonshiro, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? You're streaming, yes, I know. It has been too long. It has been hopelessly too long. I blame not being able to access my PC because I was busy tiling and painting a lot. But it's good to see you. How are you doing? Hello, hello. How are you doing? I genuinely thought that YouTube just decided to not show me your streams, and then I looked and saw that it's been like a month, and I was like, okay, so it's not just me. Yeah, I am really, really sorry about that. It kind of came out of nowhere. It was a very unexpected break. That was not a restful break, but it was a necessary one because we had a lot of work to do in that time. But I am very, very, very glad to get back. Did you take breaks for your muscles? Not really, not really. You kind of just work through the brokenness of the previous day. You kind of just work through the brokenness of the previous day as much as you can. If your thighs are aching from the deep squats on one day, you stand on a ladder the next day, type of thing. We did have some periods of being able to just sit, which was good. But that's a hydrate, so everyone. Let's acquire our nearest safe consumption beverages and take a sip. But no, we did have a reasonable amount of, okay, take the foot off the pedal, come 9, 10 at night-ish. But there was a lot of work that we had to do at the time, so it was a very, very involved period. Okay, so I'm seeing an issue that I'm looking at with layer orders here. I've just noticed this. Yeah, backfill is not going to work. Backfill is not going to work. So that goes away. That goes back in there. Did you finish whatever you were tiling? Yes, we basically did every single room in the building that had 40-year-old carpets got ripped up and tiled. We didn't do the actual tile laying ourselves. We got people in to do that bit of the labor. But when it comes to all of the moving of the furniture and the preparation of the floors and the actual ripping up of the carpets, that was all us. And then obviously the cleanups, moving everything back, painting, that was all on us. So it was a very involved process for that period that we were busy. Okay, so this is going to be a draw order thing. This is going to have to be a draw order thing, I see. This is going to be a draw order thing, so this is going to go back in here. Like that, okay. Sorry, I know I'm changing topic. I'm just going through, making sure I've got all of the pieces as I need them. What I am going to do is I'm going to take this. No, not that one. And put a temporary mask on there. No. Invert and apply mask. Just so that we can get the gist of how that looks. Yeah, this is definitely going to need to be a layer order thing, I think. Unless. Hide you. This needs to be shorter. This needs to be shorter. And I'm going to quickly temporarily fill this in that color again, and head. There we go. Just doing troubleshooting in anticipation of the rig as we go. Kind of trying to anticipate what challenges I would face while rigging this thing and trying to mitigate them. Straight off the bat. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. All right. So that's those two pieces. Number 3. That one is going to be number 3 is going to be our top back section, I think. Although I think we might need 2 of these, now that I look at it. Yeah, we're gonna need 2 of these. Okay. Hide that. Hide those 2. Grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel. Invert and fill. There we go. Lock. Fill. Flip over. Inks, grab, choose black, fill, edit, outline selection, 2 pixels on border, okay, and make it pointy. And you know what I forgot to do? Reset our timer, so there we go, our next hydrate timer is on. There we go. That will yet become habit. Let's talk about it. Thank you for the stretch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Stretching. Stretching is good. How are you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. So, okay, Eek. Stretch, stretch, stretch. I doing and not doing what I should for work. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Is what you need to do for work non-critical enough for you to be able to afford to do what you're presently doing? Always tomorrow to make up for lack of executive function. Last minute panic is a wonderful motivator. Last minute panic is a wonderful, wonderful motivator for executive function issues. Stretching, stretching. Of course, definitely 100%. Is that the sound of unspoken nervous laughter right here? Oh dear. Almost done stretches. I'm definitely not on a completely commission-based pay. Ah, I see. I gotcha. Best of luck. Best of luck. May the block in the brain make itself scarce soon. One moment, I'm just gonna switch off my aircon because I'm busy freezing. Switch it on again in a couple of minutes. But for now, there's zero way my actions have a direct result on my income. Oh dear. Oh dear. I wish you strength. Okay, I'm definitely messing up here now. Yeah, with my layer order because this needs to go. This entire bunch needs to go. Behind the bank's back in order for it to make sense. But then this one piece that crosses over is an issue. Kiku, hello, made it on time this time. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm glad to see you here. How are you doing? How are you doing, Giku? I've been good, really busy because of the new year though. Oh yeah, understandable. New year, financial year changeover, businesses getting back into the swing of things after taking a break, products that need shipping. Oh, the list of things that go wrong or go chaotic in the beginning of the year is endless. So I get it. I get it. How have you been? I have also been busy. I have been very busy. The last month has been unexpected degrees of domestic chaos, hence why I had an unexpected hiatus for a month. But we survived. My room now has tiles. I can now actually clean the space because I can actually see the floor because there's less stuff in here because we reshuffled furniture. And all in all, quality of life has improved. So we are in a good place. We are in a good place. Yes. But I'm glad things are going well on your side. Despite the busyness. Let me think, how am I going to handle this one piece? In terms of layer, draw order. Or clipping. Is it going to be draw order or clipping? I think it might be a clipping thing. I need to be careful because I can't have a positive clip on one thing and a negative clip on another, which I wish it was possible to have that. But I don't think that's a feature that's going to be coming anytime soon. So let's think. If it's below, there will be a mask. For objects that are going to be in front of the face on the head turn. There's going to be a mask layer. I'm just thinking out my process as we go, because if I don't say it aloud, I'm not actually processing what I'm going to be doing in my head. So that mask layer is going to conceal things. Sishian, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I am busy troubleshooting my thought process to make sure that I don't give myself unnecessary work later in terms of how we are organizing your hair. So the face inks layer is going to be duplicated and turned into a mask, which is going to be grossly deformed. To trim side hair for visibility in the head turns. So when the face is dead on, it's going to be a narrow slit that is not going to crop anything. When the face turns to one side, the parts that get cropped, that side of the mask is going to extend to match the mask. And obscure the hair parts. So the parts that I want to not suffer from that need to be ahead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat that particular piece of hair in Live 2D. So that's what I'm going to do with that. I'm going to cheat it. I'm going to literally just copy it, chew a slice off of it, and slap it on top in the same deformer. That's how I'm going to handle that. My phone died an hour ago. Oh no, but you're all good. Thank you for everything. No, it's all good. It's all good. When one's hardware decides that nope, I am going to not have battery any further this day, then there is only so much you can do, right? There's only so much you can do. Okay, so I've now got a plan for that piece of hair, so now I'm happy. Now I'm happy. I feel less out of control. I feel less out of control. Okay, so let me just put this back over here for now. Hide that lot. So that will be the first bit of this. We're going to need a second one. Were you able to draw during your month-long break? I wasn't actually. I spent the first 2 weeks of the month-long break on the deadline grind with offline work because it was stuff that I couldn't actually have the processing power to run a stream and do the stuff that I needed to do at the same time. But then after it was tiling madness. Hi, hello, welcome in, and also Sai, welcome in. Good to see you guys. No, I tried to tune in on YouTube, but it was being so weird right now. It's not letting me comment because it's in subscribe mode, even though I've been described. Okay, that's the second time we've had that weirdness happening to people this day. That is really, really weird. That is really weird. Google, YouTube, you're being the dumb. Please don't be the dumb. Anyway, Halby, we are being. But, Sai, hi, how are you guys doing? How are you guys holding up? We've been busy. We've been really busy, but we are surviving. We are in a better environment now that tiles are in place. And yeah, we're doing the thing. With the next model that is in the queue for Sishian. I'm living free of my field work for the day. Nice. Doing a thing later. Good times. Ooh. Ooh. Fun. Great to hear. Doing pretty fine myself. Thank you. That is good news. That is good news. Awesome. It's always good to know that one's people is doing good. Wrong brush. Whoops. I'm still just going through a couple of processes in the back of my brain, trying to figure out exactly how I want the practicalities of this to roll out, which I should probably bring to the forefront of my brain so that you guys can hear what my inner monologue is busy monologuing. Mostly the inner monologue is going, ah! But we are figuring it out slowly but certainly. We're figuring it out. So what we know is that we need or did I do the dumb? Did I just do the dumb? I think I did. I think I did the dumb here. So, unlock this opacity. Grab you, grab you. This lives behind. That bangs back. And basically acts as the closure point for the entirety of this side of the top of the head. So here, what we're going to do, empty it, select, reselect, fill, edit, outline selection to on border, okay. And I think I messed up again. Right, lock. Grab that. No. Clear it. Grab it. Fill, edit, outline. Draw on border 2, okay. Close gaps. All right. Now over here, what we're going to do is we're just going to erase the bits that we absolutely do not need, which are over here. I don't like that. That's too sharp. That's too much detail right at the end. That's too much. It makes it feel wide. I don't like it. I don't like it. That one was nice. And that one made sense. Clear you. Type you. Fill. Edit, outline selection, draw on border 2, okay. Yeah. All right. Grab this, sharpen our edges and corners. Just like so. Okay, and then get rid of the unnecessary information, which is that. All right, that'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. Hide the roughs. And I'm not convinced with the shape of that coloration. 100%. We'll see in detail in a minute how that behaves. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's just give this sense of flow and shape. And I think it's a little bit lacking at the moment. All right, that should do it for now, I think. And grab our dark purple, and let's just see. We do the glow thing here. Some highlight to this madness. How this looks and behaves. Yeah, okay. The shape of that coloration needs to change here. Something like that. Clear that because it's still not right. Something like that should do the trick, I think. Let's add just a little bit of this bluish sort of a tint to the bottom of this, now that I look at it. That brings a little bit of life into it, into the colors. So let's do the same on these two. This white is already very close to actually fully white, so I actually need to be a little bit mindful. Because there's so little contrast here that you don't actually see highlights very well. Because what color is this white, actually? 96. With 0 hue. So, if I add... a teensy bit of hue to this and do a minor adjustment to this color, how is this going to behave? Let me work on one that is less critical, this one. So if we go a 90% value and a 5% hue, that is still quite dark. Okay, well, so let's go then and split the difference. So here, luminosity. Let's style this up little bit by little bit until we find a white that reads as white but still lets us see highlights. Without looking gray. I think that's about as much as I dare push it. Oh my word! Hello, Teo! Hello! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid, and hello, raiders! You are just in time for a hydrate! So welcome in, everyone. My name is Harrier, Citadel, Avian Alien, Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and I implore ye all, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Why? Because I am not the only one who needs to be well hydrated when the timer goes off. So thank you so much for the raid. How is stream, Taya? Good to see you. Good coffee. Yo. How goes? How goes? How goes? I streamed Skyrim with 3,000 plus mods until it crashed. Oh my word. That is a lot of mods. Oh my word. I understand why it crashed. Good grief. But did you have fun? That is the main and most important question. Did you have fun? Had loads of fun? Fantastic. That is the best news. That is the best news. Okay, I think that is about as wide as much as I can push that so that we can still see the highlight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add that. And rename this to light corrected. Okay. Hi Teo, yes. We are currently working on Sishian's model. I am trying to get the white parts of the hair to behave in a way that we can see highlights, yes. And I think that also talks with the eyebrows there a bit better as well. So I think that's what we're going to roll with. Marshy, hello, hello, welcome in. Great to have you joining us. Thank you for joining in on the raid. We appreciate it significantly. Eek. We are just in the middle of battle with getting mid-hair shapes to behave the way that I'd like them to. So that when we get into the rigging process a little bit later down the line, I do not hate past me quite so desperately badly. Alright, so now we can apply color again to the roots. I'm definitely going to be adjusting how the shading on the hairline parts of the bangs works, because I'm not entirely sure that the color is reading properly through that. Just going a little bit more distant. Okay, that is reading a bit better. That's reading a bit better. Okay. So this piece I am now more happy with. Hide it. Now let's do some work on the others. Okay. This one needs this top edge. Like that will work nicely. There we go, there we go. Did I remember to switch my time around again? I don't think I did. No, I did not. So, let me just quickly do that for the next hydrate. There we go. Something like such. And now this one looks like it wants some corrections to make it not stand out like a sore thumb. Out. Let's check it. So far so good. So far so good, okay. That'll work, that'll work. Next is gonna be... this piece. So here we're going to grab our inks brush. And I wonder if this one is actually going to be part of the front bangs. It might actually end up being part of the front bangs. Ooh. Yeah, I think this is going to actually end up being part of the front bangs. Hold up. In which case... In which case? Let me look at this order here that I've got these in. No, this definitely needs to go over there. But it wants a partner in crime that is behind. For additional coverage during the head turns. And that is going to behave like... How? How is this one going to behave? This one is going to behave like... this. I think. Let me do this. Hit X guide. Duplicate. Symmetry ruler. On the symmetry ruler, add a thing in the corners so that there's something for it to swap with. Grab, flip horizontal, okay. Hide symmetry ruler, like that. Okay. So on this side, this is going to behave to fill the gap where this bunch is moving this way. This one comes out to give a little bit more closure on this side. This. So what needs to happen here is we need more mass over here. And what I want to do is I want to just trim that just a smidge. Get closed here. All right, that might do the trick. Let's think. I don't mind shuffling these because I've got a guide for it all go back to. Rough render, show again. pull you guys back where you're needed. Okay. So this one is going to be a little bit of a warping pain, potentially. Or no. No. It won't be a pain. I'm just going to need to be careful to get the front view center deformer position to be appropriate for it. Because in its center position as it stands here, which is its most extended position, obviously it's not appropriate. But it's going to be most visible in the head turn, so it does not actually need to be at its most optimal, where it's going to be invisible. So we go to the pull layer, go to the inks layer, fill, edit, outline selection, draw on border 2 pixels, okay. And then we go here. Get rid of whatever that is. And its associated bit of debris over there. Sharpen up our inks. There we go. Nice. Go to the full layer, lock, grab our corrected color, fill, linear burn, our shading color, grab here. like that. Grab our that brush and give it something over here, I think. Just something. Reduce that opacity on the edges. Doesn't need to be that drastic. Pick that. There we go. I like the slight glowy look that this is starting to get. Kugetsu, thank you for the hydrate. I did not see that for a moment there. Sorry! Everyone, courtesy of Kugetsu, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. I don't know why I didn't hear that. Big hydration moment, yes! Yes, yes! Mm-hmm. Whew, thank you for that. Thank you for that. How are you doing? It's DG couldn't fit the whole thing in the Twitch name. The project is looking great. I'm doing well. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I love it. Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad it's coming together. At the moment, we are here. I think the slight bluish glowiness works. It works for this one, I think. I'm getting the right vibes. So we're starting to get where we want to go. You did my Fugi a bit ago. Yes, I know. I saw you were live in the state for the content. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I remember your name. Are you enjoying your Fugi? Is it serving you well? I certainly hope so. Save button seems like a god idea right about now. Hold up. Save button. Save button. If you are busy doing something in the background alongside me, then please, at this point, hit the save button. Before you forget, like I very nearly did. Yeah. Okay, I tried not to be presumptuous. No, I remember your name. It's been a massive upgrade. Awesome! I'm thinking about little outfits, perhaps, but still in the thinking phase. Ooh, I see. That could be interesting. With the way that your Fugi was built, I can definitely do outfit swaps. Or additions. But it will definitely take up all of your free slots in Fugi Reactive if you are not on the paid version. I think there's a paid version of Fugi. To give you more slots. I think. I can't remember 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure at all. Okay, so I think that's the top section. Let me just do another check on how that will work on the head rotations again. Just move the whole bunch across like that. You will be more like that. I feel like we need it's missing something. It's missing something. This is missing something on the side here. I'll figure it out. All credit to Harrier for that. Thanks. I don't know. Your design was epic before I got hold of it on your Fugi. Your design was epic straight off the bat. I love what your design did. The clockwork with the gold and the white. It's a good design. Blushing, I'm going to get some water. Good idea, good idea. Oh, I've got half a sip of cold coffee left. I can't leave that in the bottom of the mug to be struck by sadness. I'm so glad I reached for it to check if I was going to be disappointed, and then I wasn't disappointed for a change. Yay! The last sip of the cold coffee. Okay. It's always sad when you get to the bottom of a mug of coffee and it's like, I wish there was just one more sip. Especially when you pick it up like 15 minutes after you finished it and it's like, I thought there was more in that. I thought there was more in that. Alright, so the front piece here is going to belong to the front parts of the bangs. So I wonder I wonder. How about I'm just trying to think and see things at the same time. And analyze how this is gonna work. Okay. I wonder. How about? I almost think these two need a bridging layer between them. To just get it to feel a little bit more full. But no, then it's gonna be... No. And then it's gonna be sticky. How about, it goes there. I'm just trying to plan out on this rig as well. How this is going to behave. Do I actually need the 5th layer? For now, I'm going to say no. I don't actually need the 5th. Okay. So. Return. Base. All right, and rename accordingly. So this one becomes 3 and the top one becomes 4. All right, and there is the hydrate reminder. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. All right. Now, we need to figure out the port side. Now we need to figure out the port side of the floof. Joy. Okay. For now, hide. Now we need to figure out the purple side. So, here... I'm going to start with the top section. And I think what I'm going to do is give myself a platform first. Something like that. And then I will make the parts that actually fall and apply gravity based off of that. Because all of this still happens behind the layers. Sure. It does not matter that it overlaps there. First things first, let us apply some of our corrected white. And let's undo everything that I just did. And first create the grain of where the hair is actually going to fall. Because everything else is going to be based off of that information. Toaster, hello, welcome in, and thank you for the save. Hello. Did you ask, I'm curious, I don't really know how to phrase this, but do you see an image in your mind and do you overlay it onto your canvas, or do you more discover your process as you go? It's a little bit of both, honestly, because I have a rough idea of how I want things to look when it's all put together, but at the same time, I'm doing a very technical process of trying to figure out how I'm actually going to construct it in the rigging side of things. So it's a lot of information in my visual library of what I know how things look that are working together, quite, pardon the pun, like clockwork. But it is largely a matter of remembering the problems that I encountered previously. And trying to think, what can future me do? What can present me do to make future me hate myself less? That is what I am essentially thinking of as I go through the process of coming up with the construction layers for the rig. Trying to solve problems before I actually encounter them, so that I don't need to redo work too many times. Why? Because, surprise, surprise, I'm an inherently lazy person. If I can reduce the amount of work that I have to do multiple times, I will. Like, it's... that's actually what it's boiling down to. Like, if you want to get things done... with the fewest do-overs, get a lazy person to do it. You're like the least lazy person I know. I know it's counterintuitive, but being lazy but creative is a very, 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 how can I phrase this? Paradoxical conflict of natures. It's you want to do all of the things because all of the things excite you. But at the same time, the patience is such that because you know you've got all of the things that you want to do, you ain't got time to waste it on being, you know, pedantic on the wrong layers, if I can phrase it that way. Braid, hello. Actual workaholic needs a calm option that's just take an actual break. If I for real added that to my commissions and just say take a break, I do not know how that would if anyone actually takes that commission to say, Harrier, take a break, do your own thing, I will spend that time making content of some description, probably. Take a break just means do a different kind of work. I'm so lazy. 50 comes later. I really think I need to up my motivation. I could do more. It's for me, a break is just a different kind of work, or a different kind of content that I do. Like, one of the reasons why I am going to be doing the price increases is so that I've got time to make other things. For $300, you can plunge re-enter the scary and unknown world of doing nothing for half an hour. She will fail. You know what? Honestly, try me. Try me. I dare you. If you actually spend $300 on getting me to do actual nothing, I don't know what to say to you. No one's got the $300 to waste on that experiment. I don't think. If you do, please be more wise with your money. Like, I appreciate it, but please be more wise with your money. Only bread could come up with something like that. Like, what would I... And if let's just do the thought experiment of what actual nothing would look like in the world of Harrier Citadel. Because I would need to prove that I am doing nothing. Which means, in order to prove that I am fulfilling the commission, I would probably need to sit on stream, not talk, be visibly existing, and somehow find a nothing box for my brain. I do not know if a female is capable of having a nothing box. It's not even my idea. Gasp. It's mostly based on a few friends who ever conned me to do a personal project. Oh, and extended it to more. Okay. Look, if anyone ever cons me to do a personal project, then A, that is not actually something I'd ever considered before. Is that not what crowdfunding is for like, you know, getting a person to like write their comic or whatever? Heart rate monitor, I'm streaming to Twitch. If it gets above 65 BPM, you get a zap. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. One moment, please. Is my watch charged? Where even is my watch? It's still buried in here, I think. I am still in the process of reholding my space in my room. Eck. And with that, there are certain articles that are not where they live. And all I'm doing is making a base. So, let's figure all that. I was about to run. Because I'm about to make a huge colossal base of things. I will find my watch. Yeah. Note to Harrier self need to repack all of the things that are still not yet organized in this place, because it's still not completely organized. We're about to get our baseline BPM for working Harrier. We have the technology. It's a little bit out of date because I haven't been wearing it this month for obvious reasons. But I do actually have a heart rate monitor watch. Let me just see what the latest one was on the historical stuff. It's probably shockingly high, although I think more artists should have a personal project com slot just for the option and to see what happens. Ooh. Fitbit, I had one, it's fun to see. It's not a Fitbit, per se. It's, Volcano brand item. Okay. I did not measure heart rate that day. Let's see, when last did I actually have this on for any extended period of time? Yeah. 68. 106, oh, but that was a busy day. That was park run day. The Sunday was the most normal day of that time. And that was a 68 on the measurement. So I will find my watch. I will find my watch. And we shall run the experiment. But if you guys are okay with it, then I might actually, as part of the commission reboot, include a commission Harrier to do a personal project thing. Because, yeah, I've honestly not been putting aside time for it. It's one of the reasons why Miss Haven has been on the go slow. In terms of how its development is going. But if I know, okay, if we're doing personal project things, then okay, write so many thousand words of your narrative for the thing that you are working on, because I'm working on a thing and it requires narrative. And yes, I mean in thousands of words. Or if it needs to be a visual thing or whatever. So, I'll investigate those options. Yes, your world build is one of the most interesting I've heard of. Yay! So yay! I'm glad you like my world build, and you haven't even heard of most of what is happening in my world build. I'm glad. Like, you have not even scratched the surface of what is happening in my world build. I don't think anyone here would have a problem with it. Obviously, it's like the oldest commission type in the world. Technically, you're right. Technically, you're right. The old days of having patrons who say, you, creative person, sit in my basement and paint. Whatever it is, I don't care, just make it pretty. It's got a strong foundation, vibes alone carry. Hey, awesome. I am glad. I hope that it will live up to expectations when you actually finally get to see it. I think that it's got a good hook to it as well, otherwise I would not have rolled with it. And it's got a lot of development happening. But it is also... How can I phrase this? It's technically a spin-off on the world build of my long-standing writing project that I've been dealing with for like a decade. Because that world build is a strong world build in that. And I do want to eventually make that part more accessible as well. But we'll get there. Everything in due course. What are your wings responding to, by the way? They're so expressive. Obvious, if it's more than an artist secret, I won't be offended if you prefer not to ask. No. But I do not like gatekeeping. How things behave in the art world and techniques and whatnot. Because why? The technique is not as secret or as sacred as what you do with it. Especially when it comes to a technical thing like, okay, how did you get this thing to behave in that way with something like a live 2D rig, or how did you get this paint stroke to behave that way, or whatever. So that is not sacred information. By all means. It is a combination of two things. It is somewhat physics-based, in the sense that if I bounce my head, there is a little bit of bounce on the wings. However, it is also somewhat related to eyebrows. So eyebrow up and down, there is bounce on that as well. So the eyebrow up-down movement is one of the physics input parameters. And I believe if I have a look quickly, real quick. Let me just go to the folder over here. Wings. The perspective on the wings is based on how close I am to the camera. So when I'm further away, the perspective goes out. When I lean in, the wings come more forward. I actually have this on a gesture that isn't actually being utilized as well, so there's that. But yeah, it's actually mostly physics. It's just the wing perspective that is on it's just the perspective that is on a live 2D parameter. I felt that my own stuff is like 2 spin-offs deep, and one of the origin points is something that I've thought of having come up, but I don't have the energy to deal with it. You will know, you will have no say in the matter. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Having if you've got a long-standing writing project that has gone through like 10 iterations of refining a world build, especially if you're a world build crafter, if you are a world builder, a chronic world builder, then you're always going to have that one that's like this planet is my baby, and then everything else is like a spin-off of how that system works, maybe, or at least within a fixed universe. That is something that a lot of creators will do, is that they'll have the world build that is their precious world build, and then whatever stories they craft for that out of that one world build, their writing skill will determine what happens in those stories. But if you're a world build crafter, whether it be for literature or RPGs or what have you, the time and dedication that you put into building your world, yeah, it's always going to shine through on all of your associated creative projects, because you'll always find another way to kind of expand on the history of your universe in one way or another. I will build massively for D&D, so I know what you mean. Exactly. So like, the tabletop RPG kind of mentality of world building is a very, very major influence in how I have actually developed my world build. I love doing mechanics and systems, like how does this work, and that's been building. Yeah. Like, without even knowing it was a thing before, when I started developing my world that Misthaven is part of, then way back then already, I was building a hard magic system, basically. And without necessarily realizing it, I was developing the magic system as if I was going to develop a game. I wanted to be able to quantify it so that if I needed to at any point do any sort of cross media with anything that I would build with it, I wanted to be able to have a backbone for cross media believability, and that required a hard magic system that made sense. Because I didn't know at the time, am I writing a novel? Am I writing a comic? Am I making a tabletop RPG? Am I doing this? Am I doing that? So I was very much keeping that flexibility of multiple potential media types in mind as I was building this world build all the way over the years. And seeing, okay, on different planets, spoiler alert, different planets, because hey, why? I'm an alien. No spoiler there, really, huh? Then you'll have slight variations on the theme. And I mean, I've got writer friends, and they've also got similar ways of handling that in their own multiverses. Like if I think of Sky Huntress and her Colorverse, that was a major influence in my writing journey as well. I'm not going to give spoilers, but you get the gist of it if you read the Colorverse Indigo. The first book is Indigo's Owl, which is available on her Wattpad. Yes, shameless plug for Sky Huntress and her Wattpad on Indigo's Owl, and also on her Shadow Song series as well. In a previous lifetime, I did character design and stuff for that over very, very many years. And a bunch of illustrations, and we wanted to do a comic, and then I kind of was just never able to carry through with that because life, the universe, work, and capacity management, madness, blah. But the stories are great. The multiverse world building is great. She was a massive influence on my creativity over the years. And the idea of having slight variations on theme on various worlds while still having the foundational rule set be common, that was something that I thought was a very, very clever way of handling a multiverse. I think that was a super, super clever way of handling a multiverse. And she did it really, really well. I hope that I can do anything marginally as close to good. I am very excited to be able to bring anything in my universe to the public eye sooner or later. I don't know when exactly it will be, but I am hopeful that whenever it is, it will be well received. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it eventually. Okay, you've got me convinced. I'm going to add the thing. I'm going to add it to my commissions. I'm going to add commission me to do my own personal project work. And then we will spend time working on a personal project on stream. Why? So that I can prove that I am fulfilling, quote unquote, that commission. There's got to be some Mistaven stuff that's not spoilery. At least a little. You've got me convinced. You've got me convinced. Okay, fine. Fine. Thank you. I don't know why I never thought of it. I honestly don't know why I never thought of it. Because I want to read some of this when it comes out. Yes. Yes. We will make it happen. We will make it happen. I will be honest, I want to get some backbone first draft madness down on a lot of this first before I can actually make any of it publicly viewable, because I do also want to share first draft bullet points with some fellow writerly people as well to help expand on it, because I'm not always necessarily sure that I have enough. You know what I mean? Yeah, you don't know if you got enough. But maybe that's just because I've got too many ants in the brain at the moment. But when I know that, okay, I have the dedicated time and means to sit and spend the time working on the thing, it'll actually unblock the brain to say, okay, you're doing the thing now. You've got this dedication to do the thing. Write the thing. Because it feels selfish to put I work on my own stuff on a list of pay me to work for you and a little non-obvious. Yeah, it is a little non-obvious. It is a little bit very non-obvious. Like, isn't that what a Patreon is for? Yes, but managing too many platforms. No. No. Like, 2 social medias, YouTube, Twitch, 4th wall, VGen. Is already a lot. Never mind all of the other platforms that one needs to handle for legal IRL admin and website management and all of those things. It's a lot. Like, we do not realize, I think, on a day-to-day basis exactly how much information we process. And quite how draining it is to be split and fragmented over a great number of spaces. Like, I recently also opened a Pixiv, and I have not been there. Because why? It's another place that one knows one ought to be. But it's another platform that needs management. So it's a lot to actually remind yourself, okay, post the thing to all of the places. For sure, always so much happening, I say as I am laying down after being overwhelmed from work, which was just staring at info all day. Well, just staring at info all day, you're still processing that information. Even if you're doing data capture, you're still in one way or another processing. I think what a lot of us forget in this day and age is that the amount of information that we process has pentupled from 60 years ago, at the very least. Because before the mobile phone and the internet, the fastest information could travel was by train and mail ship. And that meant that you wrote a letter, you posted it, you waited for it to get delivered, you waited to get the response written, posted, delivered. And if you think of how much information you would include in a general work email, and you consider that that might be a contract negotiation, back and forth of these are the points of consideration, and you're doing that over mail correspondence, how much longer it takes to settle a deal with someone on the opposite side of the same country, let alone with someone on another continent, how long it would take for that correspondence to happen. There was so much more time between correspondences that the amount of information we were processing was so greatly reduced. I was just thinking the other day of how the average phone has more computing power than the moon landing, yep, and how I don't think there's a computing device made today with less power than the moon landing. You know what? You are absolutely right. And speaking of things with less computing power, you made me look at, okay, what on my desk has less computing power than the moon landing? And I looked at my little hydrate timer, which I forgot to switch on again. So, there we go. I think my little hydrate timer fox has less computing power than the moon landing. Maybe. Just a little bit, considering it's mechanical. But yeah, it's insane how much information we deal with. And I think a lot of the time people forget that our brains have not yet caught up with that amount of computing power. Our brains are tired. Our brains are tired. When we are overwhelmed, it's not out of nowhere, it's because we are processing ridiculous amounts of information every day. And we don't necessarily realize that, hey, we're actually doing a crazy amount of a lot, even when we don't necessarily feel like it. Ooh. Okay. Keep finding gaps that I didn't see a second ago. Okay, that works. That'll work. For part 1. And I've still got a gap. You think you got it all, and you find another gap. Right, there we go. Here. No, I want this way. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to ease this down. What brush did I have there? No wonder it was being dumb. Okay, something like that. And then another ink layer on the top. Which is going to provide bit of extra form detail. Okay. Is that maybe too much? Possibly. Hear it. So let's do this, undo the part where I get rid of the foundational line art. Add another layer on top. Okay. And what I want to do here is I want to just make a temporary layer. Oh. So that I can see what's happening here again, because I want to use the inks to inform and this shade. Okay, now that goes away. And over here, what we're going to do is we are then going to once again correct flow of the color to conform to what we are seeing with the shading. looks a bit more right. Okay. When are we? We are just gone 4 hours into stream. Okay. So that's when we are. Gotcha. So far today we have done the ears and we have done a lot of brain work on getting side hair to work well so far. Further work on side hair requires this. Firstly and foremostly, a primary hook on the silhouette. There we go. Right, hide character, hide rough render, hide starboard, hide port 1. Grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert, fill. There we go. That. Outline selection, draw on border 2 pixels, okay. There we go. Done. Think For port 1 and port 2, we need to use the backfill as actual backfill to get those to merge. Yes, it was indeed necessary. Yeah. Nope. Capacity fill. There we go. And grab this and make it subtle to match. There we go. That will do the trick there. Glow dodge. Less. Less. There. Something like that. That looks continuous, I think. I think that looks continuous. Left, right, way around. Okay. Good start. Good start. Now, if we put this entire section in where it belongs, back there. So far, so good. Now, let me do corrections to this, which is very obviously very wrong. Unless I do this. That'll work. That'll work. For now. For now. I'll come back to this. Probably several times over. Very, very, very likely several times over. Okay. Proof of concept there. It doesn't look desperately out of place. I will probably come back to the side here. I want to actually go and move on to the bangs themselves. So, what's the time? Midnight UTC. Done. Okay. That is going to then I'm going to do this. I'm going to duplicate our backfill layer again. And I'm going to put that in the folder, which is going to be bangs. And that's going to be once again in another subfolder, which is going to be bangs starboard. B STB underscore. Okay, duplicate. I need 3. Pull that up. B PRT group bangs port STB1 12 1 STB2 and STB3. Okay. Hide character. For the first one, we're going to go second one. And third one. Okay. That will work. And and hide the rough render. Grab everything outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. A process, grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. And next one, grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. Yeah, get this nice and sharp. There we go. And that'll do. That'll do right there. That'll do right there. Okay. And then this one is mostly good, but I want to add a little stray from quite high up. And that is a hydrate for everyone. Acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Eek! If I can just get this line right. Come on. Okay, I don't think I'm going to get the weight better than that. I don't think I'm going to get the weight on that line better than that. Okay, so that's going to have to do. This is one of those classic moments of perfect is the enemy of good. So, hydrates. Where is my bottle? All the way over there. Why? So, everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. And I think this is going to be the last time I'm going to switch on the hydrate reminder for this day. When it goes off, we shall begin wrapping up the stream. Because otherwise I'm going to be here until sunup. And that will be bad for me. Edit, outline selection, 2 pixels on border. Right, that's that one. Fill. Edit, outline selection. No, what did I just do? Okay. Over here. Get rid of the artifact that was here, obviously. Lock opacity. Side. Select. Fill. Edit. Outline. 2 pixels on border. Get rid of artifact. Get rid of artifact. There we go. Lock. Choose. Fill. Show. Show. Okay, starting to get somewhere. Starting to get somewhere on this. It's actually beginning to actually look like hair now. Just a little bit. If I hide... starboard 3. If I hide starboard 3, it looks more right for now. Alright. And save button. It's a good idea. What I do want to do though is I want to duplicate starboard 3 and clear it. And this one 4. And just use that. Just give myself something that I can actually see, because contrast is king. Mei Xing, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? How are you? It's good to see you. Taking a small break right now as my hubby entertain my kiddo. Aww. Good thing I hang out here. Oh, I'm glad. I am glad. And I'm glad that hubby is giving you a break. Eek. Fill in the gaps. There we go. So that is going to then, these two are going to need to backfill into one another, because they're going to behave together. The one won't have the physics and the other one will. But this one wants a little bit more on this side, because that is not a smooth line. There we go. Let's try that again. Edit. Undo. Deselect. Clear. Select, fill, edit, outline, 2 pixels on border, okay, there we go. Either way, that'll have to do. Yeah, that's a more clean edge anyway. Okay. Ooh, okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. We're almost there. With at the very least the foundations of Sishian's bangs. And what's this? Okay, that's not an artifact, that is in fact the Floof. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was not completely insane and losing track of layers. Okay. So, copy that. Text. Paste that there. Copy that text. Paste that there. Not in the middle of the word. Thank you. Grab both of those. Put them there. Good. That is starboard side. In front of the ear. At the very least, constructed. That is a good place to be. We've got the construction down there. And I think that'll rig nicely as well. It ought to, I think. I hope. I hope. I did just hit the save button, right? Yes, I did. Just hit the save button. Okay. Progress. Little by little. Little by little. And I think once I've got the bangs done, I'll actually be able to pull the head mostly into the rig for starting work on the rig and head turns, which is usually like the 90% of the problem. I feel you on the little by little. Yeah, the little by little is... It is a very real thing to deal with going through long construction processes and long development processes, regardless of what it is that you're doing. If it's a big project, the little by little, gnawing away at it. Just be the wave. Just be the wave. You are smashing your head against a rock, but you will win. The rock will fall eventually. So just be the wave. Smash against that rock, you will erode it. It may feel like it's taking thousands of years, but you will get it to fall. The rock will fall! Yes, it will. Everything is looking good, Harrier. Thank you. Thank you, Keith Matt. I appreciate. But yes, the rock will fall. We shall make sure of it. I just want to check on the commission brief that I have actually got everything I need on the eyes layers. Commissions. Where's Sushian's one? Load, please. Internet be slow. Internet be slow. Okay. Here, I just want to make sure I've got everything I need for eyes layers. Short hair, blush check, face shadow check, I've got those in. So I need... Okay, I need to do eyes expressions. I think I'm going to do that and then come back to the bangs. I'm going to do the eyes expressions parts and then come back to the bangs. So we needed the pinch eyes, we needed the flat eyes, and we need the tired eyes. So let's start with the tired eyes. Why? Because I feel like I need a change of pace. And even so, every little thing that gets added has its place. So I want... Those are the lid folds. So now we're going to go add tired eyes. Actually, I'm gonna call it eyes underscore tired so that I can have some sort of consistency. And then I'm gonna go duplicate, and it's gonna be eyes. Pinch, duplicate, eyes, flat. And those two come all the way to the top of the eyes folder above brows. Okay. Let's start with eyes tired and switch on our symmetry ruler. Come over here, that inks brush. I'm not happy with how that looks. I can do better than that. It's the wrong brush for the job, that's why I'm struggling. It needs to be that brush. It needs to look more less fluffy, more liney. Oh, not right. We'll get there. And I think that's about as good as I'm gonna get it. That looks plenty exhausted. Okay, happy. Right. Okay. Next, we're gonna go pull these out of the eyes folder for a moment. Right, the eye's tired. Now, for the eyes flat, we are going to use this as our guide for where we're working. A teensy tiny little bit of this on either side. And then on top of that, we have okay, so those then selected. And then on the pinch, nearly there, nearly there, nearly there for the day. Nope. Okay, got that. that. So, edges, less. Nearly got it. And then match selected. I'm not going to do the red on this one because it's not going to look right. It's not going to look right with the red. So then there we are almost done with these. We just need to add in between the lashes, between low and everything else. Add a layer. Eyes, tears. Our lovely little blue peanuts in the eyes because reasons. I think this should be a group with two pieces this time. Right, make this a through layer. One is going to be a multiply and the other is going to be an add. Okay. Lock and lock. The multiply one. Actually, I need 3. And the middle one is going to be a filter, blur, Gaussian. Okay. Okay, and that is going to be the last hydrate of the day. It is 1:45 UTC, and we have gotten a lot done this day. We've gotten a lot done this day. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Congrats, good progress, thank you! Yes, before we started this day, we just had face and bangs. Well, not bangs, these weird inner bang things. We didn't have ears, we did not have any hair. So yes, progress was indeed made. So that is definitely a step in the right direction. Do I even need the normal layer now that I look at this? I don't know if I do actually need the normal layer. When in doubt, make more layers. Yeah. But I don't actually think I need the normal layer here. Let me just make this slightly darker. Maybe we'll need the normal layer. Unlock the opacity, empty it. Just to slightly obscure the actual boundary. Okay, that's gonna do it. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be the cry. So, eyes, tears. That's 3. And now I stop because otherwise I'm gonna be here till sunup. But there we go. Hide the crying, because we do not want him to be crying overnight. Save button. Okay, there we go. That was a good chunk of progress this day. I'm really, really happy. Side bangs are mostly functional. I have a plan for that one piece. What I am going to do, just for my own sanity for later, in case my memory is as bad as it usually is, I'm going to just quickly add a note inside a new layer in the appropriate starboard. Yes, STB2. Create a layer, call this Sierra Hotel Foxtrot underscore STB underscore 2 notes. Okay. Pen, writing marker. Copy. Once meshed and place lower half in bands below the what's the naming convention here? STB 1. Okay. Just notes for me for when I'm rigging. Notes for me for when I'm rigging, and that being a separate layer is something that will not even be included in the texture atlas once I've actually got this in place. So copy once meshed and place another in bangs below STB1. And what was the other part of this? There was another part of this. I can't remember it. I thought I had something else that I needed to write, but I can't remember what it was. Clearly, it is time to end up for the day. So. Whew. Progress. Happiness. Happiness, happiness, happiness. So, I'm gonna just hide this notes layer. Quickly take a screenshot. For progress updates. Save, and there we go. It's gonna be us for this day. Alright. So yeah, I think tomorrow I'm actually gonna start on the rig for Marius. In stream, I'm gonna start on the Marius rig. Because that one ought to be a lot shorter in terms of actual work duration required. So we're going to be working on the rig for Marius Ajaxson, our ground fairy friend. And that one, the art is already done. A different artist did the art layers for that model. So there are significantly fewer layers than what I normally use when I'm doing my model, so it should be a lot faster to rig. The meshing is still going to probably take about the same amount of time per layer, but the actual rig itself, it should be relatively faster. I do still need to check the art layers to see if they're all properly named. That I'm going to have to do in the morning. Does that artist have rigging experience? I hope so. At the very least, there is decent separation. I recall checking. Let me just let me actually just open the file. I can do that much this day. Permissions. Here, VTuber rig. Model.psd. Open. Okay, so this is the model we're going to be rigging from tomorrow. So we've got the PNG reference. And those are all one words. Yay. One word. Everything looks separated nicely. Yes, so we are going to be rigging this starting tomorrow. It should be relatively quick in comparison with everything else. So maybe if we are infinitely lucky, we should have this model rigged what's the mobility requirements on this? Webcam rig, so it's basic mouth forms and eye forms. Tail animation. The tail is good for skinning, so it should be fine. Basic hair physics. So it's not a heavy rig. It's not a heavy rig by any margin of the imagination. So it ought to be a relatively quick one. I think the head turns are going to be the thing that take the longest, and the meshing are going to be the thing that takes the longest. But maybe if we are insanely lucky, we will have that done this week, which would be a nice change of pace. Okay, I think, to have a big project done within a week. So I think we should have it relatively straightforward in that regard. Like, there are a lot of hair layers, but they if I just hide the PNG reference, yeah, there are a lot of layers, but they're well separated, and it's short, so it's not like crazy long hair physics. So it should be relatively quick to put together. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I actually see that I did prepare this because I took out everything that was symmetrical and didn't need flipping. Bacon on egg, hello! Thank you for the hydrate, everyone. I know I said when the previous timer went off that was the last hydrate for the day, but Bacon on Egg has you covered. Everyone, courtesy of Bacon on Egg, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. Let's take a sip. So yes, I will be starting this rig tomorrow, and once again, I did mention this at the beginning of stream, but for everyone who wasn't here back then, I know on my schedule it says that I will be streaming on Sunday. However, kindoflastminute.com, I have managed to get myself a seat at a TTRPG table for that day. Yay. I am doing my first ever mission in Enclave, which is a diceless tabletop RPG. And that's starting like a half an hour before stream usually starts for me. So I will not be able to necessarily stream. If I do, it will be a lot later than usual. It will be a lot shorter than usual, and it will probably be a Zatsu to debrief how the experience went. I can't stream the session. But maybe, depending on how that goes, if it goes well and it seems like something that I am capable of managing, I might consider actually hosting some Enclave games myself later down the line once I've got a little bit more experience as a player. It's a really interesting modular sort of a game. I have spoken about it at length in yesterday's stream, so if you are interested in hearing more about that, you can check out yesterday's VOD. It's a much shorter VOD than today's. we were yapping and debriefing everything that went down during my little absence. And I'm very excited for the game. I'm really, really excited. I have developed my first player character, and let me just go to the chatting screen here real quick. There we go. Yeah, so I've developed my first character. I'm very curious about how that's going to go. It's like a hypersensory type illusionist character. Her name is Emily. I have no idea how it's going to pan out. I'm going to hopefully be able to stay in character for her. I've not actually done an acting heavy sort of game before, but I'm really, really looking forward to it. And I will definitely be reporting back. If not on Sunday in a gorilla, it'll happen in the beginning of Monday's stream next week. So yes, that is the schedule update. If you have been following me on social media, you might notice that I never actually posted go live updates on my ex-Twitterer Blue Sky for today or yesterday's stream. I am testing a thing in terms of, does posting there that I am live actually impact how many people show up? This time I actually remembered to hit the go live button on my vertical stream on X. No, it's not a vertical stream, it's a normal stream. So there is, at least on one of the social media platforms, a notification that I have been live somewhere. So I'm just testing a thing out there. If it works and the same as usual, then I'm probably not going to be posting go lives anymore, because it just feels like if anyone is scrolling my page and all I see is go lives, and they don't see what I'm actually making in between, I don't necessarily think that it is a good way of engaging with the people on the platforms in the way that they are meant to be used. So I will be monitoring that. And I am very much looking forward to how the rest of the week is going to pan out. I will let you guys know about how the Enclave session goes. I'm super excited for it. I will admit that I made a slightly impulsive business purchase decision, which was not 100% impulsive, but it is something that I did with content in mind. Post a pic when you go live usually does fine. Yeah, usually it's just I'm very shy on Harrier pictures. I'm super shy on having Harrier pictures, and the thumbnails are kind of the same thumbnail. Investing in yourself, yeah. So it was a little bit of a, some might consider it an irresponsible purchase. I don't think it necessarily was, because I plan on using it for content things going forward. And that is, I actually purchased the newly released Kyoki male model, which has a couple of female options on that rig as well, because I wanted a customizable model for having a quick and easy thing to create some original characters for some voice acting skits. And it also means that I've got a quick and easy way of switching to Enclave characters if it is something that I'm going to pick up in the future. I don't post much live unless I want to boost to the day. Twitch does fine letting people know. That sounds fun. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that between the X thing that's got its little notification blah that says the person is live, and I've got a notification on that says I'm live, chat on these platforms. So if anyone is watching there, hi. But if you want to be heard and seen, please join us on one of the other platforms that are in the video description. But yeah, for the rest of it, notification bells, guys. Use your notification bells for the streamers that you want to actually get told, hey, they are in fact going live. So that is something that I'm testing. But yeah. So anyway, circling back to the purchase on the customizable model, I wanted to have something that I could use for skits and voice acting things to try and make a couple of voice acting sort of videos and not necessarily use the Harrier model that is going to confuse people when Harrier is out of character. So I acquired the Kyoki Mail model. I see that it has had an update that I still need to download. Whoopsie. That I did not realize. Okay. But I will make a small confession. I have already built the Enclave character in the Kyoki model for first campaign or first mission. Because the thing with Enclave is that your character is not restricted to a specific playgroup, right? So how the game works is that everyone has characters or multiple characters of multiple classes, and each character can go on individual missions, and each character has a mission log. And your mission log and how many missions you're involved in have an impact on how quickly you level. So you can have a completely different play group for 10, 20, 40, whatever different sessions. Almost none of the same people in any of the sessions, and still have your character progression be consistent, which is really, really cool. So it's a very episodic sort of a thing, much shorter sessions than things that require math. I really enjoy the idea of not needing to math my way through a session, unless it's part of a puzzle, in which case I apologize to all of my teammates in advance. And it's also got a much more narrative and acting-based sort of play style, which is more cooperative than the sort of player versus DM play style that can occur in other RPGs. So that is something that I'm very much looking forward to. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, I kind of already built my first character. Shall I introduce you to her? Shall I introduce you to Emily? Do you want to meet Emily? She's an illusionist. As for the rest of what you will learn about her, if I get to do an Enclave game in a way that is going to be viewed publicly at one point, then I shall inform you guys more about her there. Or if you maybe want to play along at some point. But anyway, so let me just get into character real quick. Introducing Emily. Hi there. I'm Emily. I'm a hypersensory illusionist. And it's really nice to meet you all. I really, really, really hope that I'll get to meet you all in much more detail soon. It's gonna be a little bit very nerve-wracking going on my first Enclave mission. And I'm looking forward to it, because I know for a fact that it's something that I can definitely do. I've been behind closed doors for way too long to sit around and just let life happen to other people without me. I've been through the wars in my own way, and I'm really, really looking forward to proving that I can be useful and that I can absolutely do anything that I set my mind to. So I hope you'll be cheering for me and that I can see you all in game, hopefully sometime soon. All right. Oh, sounds like someone's calling me. I better head out. All right, everyone. See you next time. Bye. And she's gone. Just like that. I really, really, really hope I'll actually be able to maintain character for the entire duration of a session. But I'm really, really, really looking forward to it. I like your voice for it. I'm glad. I'm glad. I feel like for what I've built for her backstory-wise, it is a good voice because she is, as she said, hypersensory. So basically, everything is loud. Her voice is loud in her own ears. Air pressure is a thing that she is sensitive to. Her ears are sensitive. Her eyes are sensitive, which is why she kept them closed as much as possible. So it's one of those things that she has limitations. She can get overwhelmed very, very easily. And so thus she speaks super quietly as much as possible. So I'm going to very much enjoy, hopefully, having a good run with her. I'm going to try and practice staying in character during my offline time throughout the week to try and see, okay, how much can I actually maintain the voice and improv a little bit. But that's one of the reasons why I really, really wanted to get into the game, is so that I can actually improve improv. Because improv is fun. And roleplay is fun in concept. So I want to get good at it. And I think the best way to get good at something is to just dive right in, right? That's the best way to get good. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. But yes. Yep, just grind it. Exactly. And who knows? I may have more characters in the future that I can introduce you guys to over time. And you know what? Actually, I think I'm going to use Emilian skits. I mean, why not, right? I'm pretty sure I can use Emilian skits on my channel and as part of the Enclave experience. There is actually, in the Enclave Discord, there is actually a reward system for if you do narrative stuff that is not necessarily in game. So maybe if I do some skits with her like that, then maybe that will be fun. Sounds fun. Make shorts for it. Yeah, I think that's what I'm planning on doing, is making shorts for Emily, and any other characters that I make with her for Enclave. So I will do like introductions similar to what we just did, and things like that. And who knows? Maybe one day I'll attempt to play a male character. We shall see if I'll be able to pull it off with any sort of reasonable doubt, or with any sort of reasonable build. But yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. That's the thing with roleplay, right? Even if your voice doesn't match, the main thing is that if you can carry your character. So, I am looking forward to seeing how things go and pan out. Yes, lots of fun stuff planned for this year, and this is step 1. Haha. I've just given myself anxiety. Oh no, but it's fine, it's fine. I'm just excited, I'm just excited. So, yes, fun times ahead, fun times ahead. I will report back on how that goes. But alas, it is time for me to turn in. I am already like 15 minutes over time for when I should be ending stream, so I appreciate everyone who has dropped by. Thank you once again for all of the raids. To any moles who are still around from the Tabby Ragtan raid, thank you. To Teo and Mei Sheng and your communities, thank you for dropping by and spending some time with me as well. I really, really, really appreciate it. I shall see you guys tomorrow to start the Marius rig. And, yes. It shall be an interesting time. It shall be an interesting time. But not like the Terry Pratchett interesting times. I hope. I hope it won't be like the Terry Pratchett interesting times. I hope it will be an interesting time in only the most positive way possible. Right? Yes. That is what we shall work towards. Positivity. Growth. Good things with effort and collaboration and creativity and all the fun. Oh yes, and speaking of creativity and collaboration and all of the fun, Saturday, guys, I have posted about it, I've reposted about it. Owlshe is having indie re-debut on Saturday, so come support Wilhelm van der Bos as well. Also, if you like my stuff, you will adore him. Owlshe is having re-debut on Saturday. Please come throw support, wait, motivational compoms, all of that madness. You know the gist of it. I have been fangirling about it for the last week. I am not ashamed. So please go throw support that way as well. So I shall be seeing you, hopefully. Nothing else clashes on that day and at that time. I shall let my family know that I desperately want to be at that place to wave motivational pom-poms at that time. So we shall see. I hope to be there live. I really want to be there live. General vibes of excitement this week. Happy to be back, excited to get started on things, excited for new things on the cards, excited for returns. Lots of excitement. And I hope that you guys have things that you are excited for as well, that we can all be excited for cool new stuff together. Wahahaha. Yes. And on that note, I need to tame the excitement so that I'm not in an adrenaline burst ahead of attempting to sleep. So, thank you all. Rest well when you get to it, and until next time, cheery bye.